Yo, what's up? It's your boy J-O-A-H-A-M. We back. Be back. 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 Damn. Damn, son. What was the last thing I remember? I was looking at the reference electrode. Yes. Yes, I remember. Remember. My computer again slow. My computer slow again. Don't worry, dog. I got you. But why is this? Oh, interesting. What is this? What is this powder that is depositing on my plastic pipette? Why is it depositing on my plastic pipette? How? What makes it deposit? Scrap up 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 up. How do I make it a little bit smaller? Shall we go? Pores is now between the silver wire and the KCl solution. The pores are located at the very bottom of the glass casing. They act as a trapdoor or bridge between the inside of the electrode and outside environment. Ah, okay. Inside of the electrode. So it should be like this. I can't zoom in? No, I can't. The fuck was that? The fuck was that? Huh? The fuck was that, boy? This movement of ions can create the electrical contact mentioned in your reports. Without this ionic bridge, the voltmeter would not be able to read the potential difference between the two electrodes. Why aren't they mixed together? Even though there is a connection, the pores are extremely tiny, no bulk mixing, only ions to vibrate and move through to conduct electricity, but they are too small to allow two liquids to pour into each other. Connecting this separation is vital because if your sample solution rushed into the tube, it would change the concentration of the internal chloride. Since the point 0.2 potential depends on that concentration being exactly 3 moles, any mixing would cause your baseline to fail. Visualization. Inside the tube, you have a silver wire touching the 3 molar KCl directly. That is 0.2 V is generated. The tube wall, solid glass that blocks everything. Bottom tip, the porous ceramic frit. This is only place where the internal 3 molar KCl touches your sample. The silver there's a porous layer or pores that connect the silver wire and the solution, which makes the pores located at the very bottom which makes the electrical contact work. Milk coffee seems good. Oh shit, yep. This the milk coffee gang. Kaffee mit Milch. Ja, genau. Genau. Yo, how we doing, gang? I heard that. A lot of milking done today. What you mean by that, though? Show the contact work. Okay. Okay, I almost got it. Okay. I just need to confirm again a bit. So the reference electrode is made possible by the silver wire in a solution surrounded which provides a backwards equilibrium and thus 0.2 volt is maintained. I just need a little bit more context on it, especially if no physical molecules pass through the pores. And how is the electrical contact work? Is the molecules in the pores that conduct this electron. Also, just explain a bit on how the backward equilibrium makes the silver wire behave. I'm guessing it has a negative charge, but that's because I know it's connected to the negative terminal voltmeter. To help you prepare for oral exam, let's refine your visualization of reference electrode. Correction, aqueous solution, not oil. When did I say oil? The f you talking? When did I say oil? I did, okay. I did accidentally type in oil. First, it is important to know that silver wire is not an oil submerged in aqueous solution of, okay, yeah, this is vital because oil is an insulator. I know, I accidentally wrote that. The backwards equilibrium and the wire's behavior. You are correct that the high concentration of pushes the equilibrium to the left. Yeah. By pushing the reaction to the left, the system ensures that silver wire remains solidly coated with silver chloride. The charge. You guessed correctly that it behaves like a negative terminal, not because the wire itself is a negative charge, like a static balloon. Instead, it is connected to the because its potential is stable lower floor compared to the indicator electrode in the calculation. We treat the reference as a value to be subtracted, how the electrical contact works. This is the part that is hardest to visualize. No electrons travel through the water or the pores. Molecules do pass through, contrary to your note. Physical ions, specifically K plus and Cl minus, do pass through the pores of the ceramic frit. The electrical contact is not made by electrons jumping through the pores, instead it is made by the movement of ions. When the voltmeter needs to complete the circuit, tiny amount of K plus and Cl minus ions shift through the liquid-filled pores to balance the dense charge. The molecules in the pore conduct the signal ionically. Think of it like a bucket brigade, where ions are the buckets passing the energy along rather than single electron running the whole distance. I need to draw this. Negative terminal. The silver wire. Then we got the silver. Yo, official Pavan, did you hear today's news from India? Jantar Mantar protest, CJP. Yeah, of course. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They just took this person. But hey, I'm in. How do I say? I don't want to say like, oh, I'm glad that protest is happening, but I'm glad that people are responding to it. Lot of these times, lot of these politicians think everything is happening because of their intellect. No. A lot of the stuff happening in the country is because of people, individual people. And when people start showing concerns, you better work. You better respond, because it is not going to end up in a good way. I don't know, these politicians. Is it politicians? I don't think it's just politicians. It's politicians, government employees, a lot of stuff. But hey, there needs to be a reality check. Will the Indian government fall or something like Nepal? Nah, I don't think the Indian government would fall because, again, the Indian government has a lot of genuine people. They have a lot of good people who wanna do better, but there's a lot of these parasites, and I think the parasites are starting to realize they can't just keep on sucking out of these common people. There is always a threshold, and I think they realized the threshold is almost reached. So no, I don't think it's gonna collapse or anything, but the government is gonna respond according to the protest, because that's, again, the government exists because of the people. Come on, are we stupid or what? Are we forgetting this? Are we forgetting any really important piece of information? So that's the AGCL layer. And then we got so there's a, if I understand, there's a porous layer that connects Okay. My question was, okay, I tried drawing the reference electrode. I did draw the silver wire, then the AGCL layer on top of the silver. Which is now submerged in the KCl. Now explain how the pore is gonna function. How is the movement of both K plus and Cl minus is gonna be in which direction? What causes each anion and cation to move through the pores? Your drawing exactly your drawing captures the perfect setup. The porous ceramic layer at the bottom of your reference electrode acts as a bridge. What causes the movement? Concentration of gradient diffusion. Inside the electrode, you have an ocean of which is high concentration. Outside your beaker, the concentration of ions is much lower. Just like smoke spreading through a room, the KCl ions naturally want to move from where they're crowded to where charge balance. Charge balance, electron neutrality. As the titration progresses, you're adding AgNO3, removing the Cl- from the beaker to form solid AgCl to keep the liquid in the beaker electrically balanced. Ions must move through the pores to ensure neither side becomes too positive or negatively charged. Because the internal KCl is so concentrated, there's a constant leakage of ions through the pores. These move outwards from the internal electrode into the beaker. This is why the electrodes are often leaking junction. They also move outward into the sample beaker to maintain the balance out of charge. How the pores function as a bridge. The pores are filled with liquid KCl solution containing continuous liquid wire. Completing the circuit, the movement of these ions through the pores is what provides the electrical contact. It allows the voltmeter to compare the pressure of the silver wire if it falls into the beaker, then what's the point of Cl- sample? What the fuck you talking? I think AI has reached its limits. I'm not gonna go further if this is just gonna hallucinate. Then how is that gonna help us figure out Cl- in the sample if the Cl- is gonna leak off the reference electrode? Actually, the reason is this leakage does not ruin your experiment. Come down to scale, timing, and precision of your titrant. Microscopic leakage versus macroscopic sample. While the reference electrode is called leaking junction, the amount of chloride it releases is incredibly tiny. So there is leakage. The electrode, the porous ceramic frit, is designed to allow only enough ions to pass through, maintaining electrical contact. Ion conductivity, so the voltmeter can function. The leakage rate is typically measured in microliters per hour. Microliters per hour. The sample. In your experiment, you use the 25 milliliter aliquot of your sample. Compared to the massive number of chloride ions already in the 25 milliliter, the extra ions escaping through the pores are negligible. They are effectively lost in the crowd. I did not know that. I didn't know that. Very, very low concentration. To maintain electrical contact. The standard titration, the precision of the titrant. You're using So this leakage, I was wondering what make. Okay, this is what connects the solution. Okay, now it's starting to make sense. Now just let me know how exactly is this leakage connected to the maintenance of the constant potential. Also, what about the equilibrium between the AgCl layer and the Ag wire? The leakage and internal equilibrium are two halves of the same system that allows your reference electrode to act as stable anchor. How leakage maintains the constant potential. It seems counterintuitive, but the slow leakage of the ions through the porous slit is what protects the constant potential while allowing it to communicate with the voltmeter. Pressure release. Think of the leakage as a way to connect the internal potential to the outside beaker without letting the outside environment in. If the electrodes were perfectly sealed with no pores, no ions could move, electrical circuit would be broken. The voltmeter would be zero. The leakage is designed in a one-way outward because 3 mol KCl inside is so much more concentrated than the solution in your beaker. The ions are constantly pushing out through the pores. This outward pressure acts like a shield, preventing the chloride or the silver from your titration beaker from swimming upstream into the electrode. Again, this should have a limit. You can't just keep on working on this. Preventing contamination. The leakage is designed one way, I know. Because you have relatively large reservoir of Cl tube, the leakage is so microscopic the concentration of chloride inside remains fixed at 3 m for the duration of the lab. Since the potential depends on the concentration, as long as it stays in 3 molar, the voltage stays at 0.20. The equilibrium, Ag wire, AgCl layer, and KCl. The 0.2 volt is created by a specific chemical balance happening at the surface of the silver wire that is the heart of your reference probe. Reaction. The three components. This is like the general equation of the silver provides a metal surface where electrons can collect. The coating, this is the white rust on the wire, acts as a reservoir of silver ions that are ready to react. This provides a chloride ions that determine the speed and direction of the reaction. Why backwards? Because the concentration of Cl- is so high, the reaction is pushed strongly towards the left. This means the system prefers to keep the silver in its solid AgCl form on the wire rather than letting the wire dissolve away. This high chloride environment locks the electrical potential at the I also have as there's more Cl, it should just react with the metal silver and just precipitate. Why does it stop? Not touch the Ag wire. The Ag seal surface could be protecting, but the reservoir of Ag molecules in the wire could still be attacked by the high concentration of ions. I did type in ions, yep. And now the movement, the case plus and Cl minus through the pores. How is that providing this electrical conduct? I'm guessing you also need to mention the standard electrode here to give me a full picture on how this leak is connecting the circuit. Why the silver wire doesn't dissolve completely? You're intuitive to Cl should keep attacking the metal silver. However, in the reference electrode, the system is in state of dynamic equilibrium, which acts as chemical stalemate. Whoa, that's a new word. Stalemate. Stalemate. Did I read stalemate? Stalemate. The passivation layer. You are correct that AgCl surface protects the wire. When the silver wire is first made, it is chemically or electrochemically coated with a layer of solid silver chloride. Once that layer is thick enough, the Cl- ions in the 3M KCl solution can no longer easily reach the pure metal atoms underneath. You're correct. When silver wire is first made, it is chemically or electrochemically coated with a layer. Once that layer is thick enough, the Cl- can no longer easily reach the pure metal atoms underneath. Dynamic at the surface where AgCl touches the reaction is happening in both directions except rate the lock. Because Cl- concentration is kept at 3 mol, the system has no reason to shift for silver wire to dissolve further. It would have to release more Ag plus ions, but the high Cl- concentration pushes them back into. How is this? Therefore, the equilibrium to the left, and that results in the silver wire not involved with KCO. How the lead connects the circuit. To understand the electrical contact, you have to look into the entire step as a single loop. Entire. I think the better wording is entire. Whoa. I was just confused if the mic was not working or not. Don't worry, it is working like it is working. Distracted. Yo, I did not know they got a music for this. If you're curious what I'm listening to, you gotta hear this. Like, you got to hear this. That's it. Fuck that. Blah. That's some Instagram type beat. To understand the electrical contact, you have to look into the entire setup as a single loop. The indicator electrode, the silver rod, is in the beaker, sensing the free Ag plus ions. It pushes the electrons into the positive terminal of the voltmeter. Oh, whoa, whoa, read, gang. Oh, did I just looked at some random words? Yes. Indicator electrode. The silver rod is in the beaker, sensing the free Ag plus. It pushes the electrons into the positive terminal of the voltmeter. The voltmeter measures the pressure of the electrons. The circuit must be completed for the voltmeter to work. This is where the porous frit and the leaks come in. Inside the pores of the ceramic frit, there are liquid. This liquid has a salt bridge. As the titration happens, the charges in the beakers change. To keep the pressure balanced, so voltmeter can get a reading, the K plus or Cl minus ions move through the pore. Even though they're just ions coming nearby, their movement carries charge across the liquid cap. That's how they measure the total potential. Okay. Okay. I guess I did complete this part. That's pretty good for me. Okay. Looks like the you start with an unknown chloride sample, a liquid, acidification, few drops of nitric acid. This prevents ions like carbonates from reacting with the silver and interfering with your results. What the fuck? Same electrolytic cell again. Oh shit. Really? I mean, I was still drawing on the same one. But yeah, I'm done with the cell drawing. CJP is cooking hard. Yep. CJP should cook hard. They should. They should. Because again, the government should know. Did you understand how the potential difference came? I kinda understood. I figured out there was a leakage of uh, potassium and chloride from the reference electrode, and that's how that leakage. I did not know this leakage happens. That leakage is what connects the circuit. The Ag, like silver ions gets, what's the term, indicated, or yeah, the standard electrode identifies, or what would be the better term? Ah, fuck. What's the better term? How do I say, if I had to explain? Please do study maths this evening. I mean, I'm gonna look into this part, the additional calculation. Reduced? I don't think any reduction is happening. That's happening in the solution. How do I explain the part where the standard electrode senses the Ag plus, like lack of electrons, or how do I say that? or the electron pull, which sends signal to the redox reaction. I think it's a redox reaction. Yep. Wait, is it the redox or is it the precipitation reaction? Because I feel like there is no exchange of electrons, so it's a precipitation. No, it's not the redox. Oh, if I say redox, he's gonna fucking shoot me in the head. The professor, I meant. To explain this part of the oral exam, you should first clarify the probe during the sensing. Doing both. I don't know if it's a redox. I need to confirm on that. Maybe it's a redox, but I just need to confirm. To explain the part, you should first clarify the probe during the sensing. It's actually the silver indicator electrode, while other probe is the reference electrode, which provides the constant baseline. So, as part of surface equilibrium, the standard electrode sends the signal to voltmeter, or that's where the circuit starts with the amount of silver ions present. It starts from here, it goes to the voltmeter, comes here, and on the reference electrode where there's a constant potential, the circuit is continued by releasing some of the KCl that is part of the reference electrode. Wait, now that you asked me some questions, I feel like I cannot describe what I learned, which is really important. It's understanding is one thing, describing is another. The silver rod contains a sea of electrons, and the silver ion floating in the beaker want to react with these electrons, just become silver, solid silver metal. The electron pull, high concentration, where the concentration of free silver in the beaker, silver ions in the beaker is high, happens after the equivalence point. That's where many ions crowding the silver rod. These ions exert a strong pull on the electrons in the rod as they try to turn into silver metal. So I'm guessing the silver ions are attracted to the standard electrode as part of the standard electrode being solid silver, which means it has electrons. Kinda negative charge if you compare it with the positive silver ion. These ions exert a strong pull on the electrons in the rod as they try to turn the silver metal. The intense pull or electrical pressure is maintained by the voltmeter as a high positive potential. The lack of electrons or low pressure. Before the equivalence point, your sample is full of chloride ions. They snatch any silver you add to form AgCl precipitate. Wait, it travels like this, god damn it. I got the symbols wrong. So it travels from negative to positive. Because what happens here is Ag plus E minus gives the lack of electrons or constant pressure. Before the equivalence point, your sample is full of chloride ions that snatch any silver you add to form AgCO. How the voltmeter sees the signal. The voltmeter is constantly comparing the charge at the silver rod to the fixed. The silver electrode senses the silver ions through a surface equilibrium where Ag plus ions pull electrodes from the metal rod to become solid silver, wherein the Ag plus concentration is high. This pull creates high electrical potential. So if I understand this, the flow of electrons in the circuit is from negative to positive, from the reference electrode to the electrode where the silver ions absorb Your understanding is correct. From negative to positive. In your setup, AgCO reference electrode is connected to the. In electrical circuit, electrons theoretically flow from negative source to positive. Therefore, the visualization of electrons moving from the reference electrode towards the silver electrode is accurate. At the positive terminal, the silver ions in the solution are the ones creating the pull. Ag plus ions want to absorb electrons to become solid silver metal. This reaction is what generates the potential when the concentration of Ag plus is high. After equivalence point, they pull harder at the electrons in the silver rod, which is why the voltage on the screen jumps from the critical distinction, potential versus current. When you're correct about the direction, it is important for your oral exam to remember in potentiometry we are measuring potential, not continuous current. The voltmeter has extremely high resistance, meaning it prevents the electrons from actually flowing in the large stream. It feels the pressure of the electrons waiting to move from reference electrode to the silver ion at the indicator rod. It reports that pressure as potential. Oh, the flow of electrons is backwards. It's like this. The silver indicator rod where free Ag plus ions are tugging on the electrons to form solid silver. The voltmeter measures how much harder the Ag plus ions are tugging compared to the steady baseline of reference electrode. Okay, I got one more doubt again. Fuck. If now I'm a bit To understand the electron pull at one electrode is connected to the release of ions at the other, you have to look at the entire system as a closed electrical loop. The pulling of electrons and the leaking of ions are two different ways the system moves charge to make a measurement possible. The two halves of the story. At the indicator electrode, you are correct that the silver ions in the beaker are pulling off the electrons in the silver rod to become solid silver. This pull creates a positive potential at this electrode. This electrode is the source of balancing force because it is connected to the negative terminal. It provides the steady baseline that the voltmeter uses to measure that pull. And this electrode is the source of balancing force. To understand the electron pull and the electrode is connected to the release of ions at the other, you have to look at the entire the two halves of the story. At the indicator electrode, you're correct that the silver ions in the beaker are pulling the electrons of the silver rod now to become solid silver. This pull creates a positive potential at this electrode. Positive potential. At the reference electrode, this electrode is a source of the balancing force because it is connected to the negative terminal. It provides a steady baseline that the voltmeter used. Why the ions must move. If the silver ions are pulling electrons from the indicator electrode, the system would quickly become unbalanced if nothing else moved. The porous ceramic layer at the base of the reference electrode allows ions to move to solve two problems, completing the circuit. Voltmeter cannot measure the potential unless there's a... Yo, Infinity 18, hi, how are you? I'm doing good. How about you, gang? How you doing? I'm prepared for the exam. I'm prepared for the oral exam. Fuck. The silver ions are pulling electrons from the... The voltmeter cannot measure a potential unless there's a complete path of charge. Since electrons cannot swim through the water, the signal travels through the liquid as moving ions. The release of K plus and Cl minus through the pores is what physically closes the door on the electrical circuit so the voltmeter can hear the signal from... Great, I'm doing good too. Thanks for asking, yo. Yeah, so right now I'm preparing for the oral exam that is happening tomorrow. And I'm fucking... I gotta say, the more I learn... Oh, yeah. The more I learn, the more I try to learn, the more I realize I'm just a dumb... Good luck. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. After that, I gotta look into the thin layer chromatography. I don't think that's really hard. TLC is gonna be pretty easy. UV is also looking pretty darn easy. You can do it and we'll do good tomorrow. Appreciate that. I should, because it's my second time. And the first time I did not do good because I did not answer a lot of questions where you need memorizing. And I just forgot the name of the reaction and stuff, which I do know, but I still... Why the ions must move. A voltmeter cannot measure a potential unless there's a complete path of charge. Since electrons cannot move through the water, the signal travels through the liquid as moving ions. The concentration factor is the saltiness. Just like heat moves from hot stuff to the cold room, naturally push the CK plus Cl minus naturally push through the pores to move from crowded I understood. Now the maintain a constant only then we can compare. Yeah. So the positive difference and it will still maintain the constant potential due to the high concentration of Cl minus and the pores that leak Cl minus. But could you explain how the shifts happening in the electrode when the equivalence point, that's where we are gonna see significant otherwise. Did I type in two otherwise? What happened to my computer? It's slow. It's a slow. I'm re-repeating the question. Gonna change to maintain the. I feel like I re-repeated the question. Why the indicator is pulled doesn't shift the reference. You are correct at the equivalent point. However, this does not affect the reference electrode infinite buffer. The reference electrode contains, which is incredibly high concentration of ions compared to the tiny amount of silver you're adding in the beaker. The voltmeter's barrier has very high internal resistance. This means it acts like a wall that feels the pressure of electrons without actually letting them flow in a large number or quantity to disrupt the chemistry inside the reference tube. The physical separation, because the silver wire of the reference electrode is shielded, the ion movements past the equivalence point. You ask the leak increase if the internal equilibrium changes to maintain the potential. Leakage logic, past the equivalence point, you're adding excess silver nitrate. Ag plus ions are no longer being turned into solid precipitate, they're staying dissolved and building a positive charge in the beaker, contributing to negative charges. The electroneutrality, to keep the solution of the beaker balanced, the reference electrode continues its leakage. Since Ag plus and O3 are added together, the beaker stays mostly neutral, but the porous frit allows K plus Cl minus to shift enough to ensure the electrical circuit is always closed so the voltmeter can hear the signal. Proposed a girl on YouTube live chat today. She said yes. You did it, bro. You did it. You the man, bro. That's crazy. But hey, I mean, YouTube live, huh? She gave you her ID, okay. Like Instagram, I guess. Let's go. I mean, I don't know. I'm still confused, but hey, if she's genuine, go good, good. But just make sure if she's genuine or not. Because it's from a YouTube live, bro. This is also a YouTube live, but hey, this is a different context. Electron neutrality. This is crazy. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. It is crazy. Does the internal equilibrium change? No, the internal equilibrium remains locked, even though the indicator electrode is at very high potential, because the internal chloride. She was on a cult ritual live chat and you randomly joined. Well, R.I.P. Vaibhav, you will be missed. It was nice talking to you, man. We had some good conversation, but hey, not everything lasts forever, huh? No, it does not. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. Like, hell nah what? Shut the fuck up. Okay. You know what? I'm just saying, it was fun. This the again, it does not change because the chloride has very high concentration, and I think the key part that I kept on missing is the voltmeters barrier. So I feel like you will post your stories cuddling together with the devil or what? Then you will realize, oh okay, you cuddling with the devil, Lucifer himself. I feel like what? I feel like I. So the voltmeter, high resistance. Lucifer was innocent, dog. I see she started working on you. That was fast. Hmm. Hmm. I did not expect this woman, this girl, to act on you this fast, gang. I thought it was gonna take at least one day. Nah. The spell has been casted. R.I.P. Vaibhav. I feel like this is the part that I miss. So voltmeters. Hell nah. Not gonna lie. It was fun. It was fun for the past few days. High resistance, which does not let flow of electrons, or very low flow. So the reference electrode is the silver wire inner piece. For God's sake, study physics or math and end this boring subject. Yo, you don't know the seriousness of this. You don't know, fam. I feel like what I'm learning right now, this electrolysis, this is happening inside our cells. If I understand this correct, there's potential difference inside our cells which makes a lot of cellular process work. So I should understand this at least on a really base level. Performance, the voltmeter's high resistance does not let flow of electrons or very low flow, so the reference electrode silver wire does not lose electrons from it as part for the voltmeter to measure. Could you explain if I got that right, or due to the reference electrode having constant potential, no electrons are being pulled from it? How is that part? Only if my ex had paid this much attention to me as you're paying to electrolysis, I would have been in heaven by now. Whoa. Does that mean she's gonna kill you? I mean, even if your ex kills you, it does not mean you will go to heaven. So, what do you mean? You have hit on very sophisticated point of electrochemistry. Shut the fuck up. Just let me know what I am asking. I don't give a script where I am touching on the basis of electrochemistry. Why does it sound weird? In your lab, the voltmeters decide to have extremely high impedance is resistance. The goal is to measure the potential without letting any. As lame as Lamine Yamal. Whoa. Yo, Lamine Yamal is 18 years old. That's even if you call him lame, he's good. He's good at football. What was I saying? Oh, the heaven joke. Oh man. I mean, I gotta take it. What are you saying? You are not going to heaven. I'm sorry. Of all the porn you're watching, I'm sorry, gang. God is not gonna be like, oh, it's Vaibhav. Oh, Vaibhav, get it. Bro, we got a special place for you, Vaibhav. Just come on in. But I watch porn. No, it's all good. Vaibhav, it's all good. Porn's like legal in heaven. If the voltmeter had low resistance electrode, electrons would flow from reference electrode to the indicator electrode. This would cause a real chemical reaction to happen inside your reference tube. Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking. Destruction of equilibrium. The flow of electrons would force the reaction to happen at high rate. This would use up the chloride ions. That's okay. Okay, so the voltmeter was playing a big role. The high resistance of the voltmeter was playing a big role. But now I'm confused on the term resistance. I forgot what exactly resistant was. I know it's when the flow of electrons or the flow of current, it's like a drag force. It's like air resistance but on circuits. But what causes this resistance? I forgot. This would use up the chloride ions in your 3M KCl solution and change the thickness. Bro. Yo. If the okay, I'm chill. Me too. I'm too chill. I'm like the chillest fucker up there. By acting as a barrier, the voltmeter ensures that fixed equilibrium we discussed earlier. It's a property of the device, for God's sake. Again, I understand that. Like voltmeters are designed to have high resistance, but if if this thing, the standard electrode has a pool of electrons, and not and due to resistance, the reference electrode is experiencing very less amount of electron pull. That's because of resistance. So how is resistance kind of fulfilling this pull of electrons? What is this resistance exactly doing so that it satisfies this pull? If you know what I mean. Again, I hope he asks these questions, because if he doesn't, if the professor does not ask these questions, I can still use it for future further understanding. Hmm. Voltmeters have ideally infinite resistance because they measure currents. If they themselves allow current to pass through, then the readings would not be accurate. Now I need to look further on voltmeters, because I'm a bit confused on voltmeters. I understand that they have high infinite or really high resistance. If you ask the electrons are being pulled from the reference electrode, the pressure exists. The reference electrode wants to push electrons at a specific strength of 20. Due to its internal chemistry, the pull is blocked. The voltmeter feels that 20 volts tug, but because of its high resistance, it refused to let go of any electrons. Amp meters. Oh, okay. Okay. Yo, I'm telling you, this new girlfriend you got, she's corrupting you, gang. It's already working. The spell is working. Ah, man, it's gone. My boy is hallucinating. This is critical. You feel that? Okay. This is critical because it prevents the silver wire and the reference electrode from losing or gaining electrons, which would disrupt the internal 3M KCl equilibrium. By blocking the flow of electrons, the voltmeter can measure the stable. Yo. Official Pawan, what do you think, brother? What is happening in India? What will happen to the Indian students? What do you think, brother? Voltmeters are aligned parallel to the circuits usually. Voltmeters are aligned parallel to the circuits usually. This one is a single circuit, so there's official Pavan. I gotta say, Indian students, they're waking up. So I think it's gonna go in the right way, in the way it should go. Right? India has a very big population. Its student population is really high. So if they want to make a change, they could. And this is an example what's happening right now. I feel like it's an example. No comments, else YouTube would ban me. No comments on what? The Indian students part? Yep. Yes. What happened? I mean, this is how changes are made. So, I mean, I read the stats, bro. It's not looking good. 48 major paper leaks in the last 10 years. That is very serious issue. Again, we can just keep on blaming a lot of these government. I mean, of course, they should be blamed, but yeah, some changes needed to be made because this is not normal. This should not happen like this. Paper leaks, the whole thing. And I not just the paper leaks. Yo, what's wrong with the hair fall? Nothing's wrong, okay? Nothing wrong with the hair, okay? why you gotta go there? Okay, what was I saying? Another big stat. Yes, the paper leaks. Another big stat was 94,000 schools has been closed all across India. 94,000? It's a big number. Big numbers, gang. Big numbers. So yes, it is clearly understandable why the protest is going on. "20 students suicide," yeah. And this suicide is not just this time. I think every time the paper leaks. No way. Yo, you were at the... You were at the Jantar Mantar. And Latich... Oh, wait, I thought it was a peaceful protest. Oh, shit. Yo, I mean, I heard that they're gonna... Pavan Bhai, maybe Udhar hui hu. Oh, you're also there. Shit. Yo, okay. What's like the time? It's like 3 hours. 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Oh shit, okay. Wow, I did not know that. Let me see if I could get some live footage on Jantar Mantar live. Yo, so official Pavan just got hit. Bro, the government is doing everything except listen to the people. No way, internet is disabled. What? No way. That is even bad.
हालातों को काबू करने के लिए लगातार आंसू गैस के गोलों को छोड़ा जा रहा है, लगातार लाठियां पुलिस की तरफ से भांजी जा रही है और अब बेकाबू हालात जंतर मंतर के नजदीक, क्योंकि हजारों की संख्या में जो प्रदर्शनकारी है वो बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। मेरे पीछे भी आप कैमरामैन दिखाएंगे, जो आरएएफ का वज्र वाहन है उसको बेहद नज़दीक बुलाया गया है। ये पूरी कंपनी आरएएफ की है, जो कि किसी भी तरीके के दंगों से निपटने के लिए निपुण होती है, एक्सपर्टीज होती है, स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग मिलती है कि अगर कहीं पर तनाव की स्थिति उत्पन्न हो, भीड़ उग्र हो जाए,
You're watching news pitch, right? No.
आरएएफ को यहाँ पर रैपिड
This
एक्शन
one's
फोर्स को यहाँ पर
Bharat
बुलाया
24.
गया है, उनको आगे भेजा
Is
जा
that a
रहा है।
trustable
और
news
इस
source?
आरएएफ का जो वज्र वाहन है,
Is there
उसको
other
अब
news? Because that was the first live I was able to. There's CNBC, there's NDTV, there's Mint. News.
अहंकारी, इतनी निर्दयी, इतनी कठोर सरकार शायद ही भारत के इतिहास में योग्य निहत्थे।
News pinch? I'm very upset, but I joined the protest for my country and next generation. But I got into danger. Yo, I'm sorry to hear that, not gonna lie. Why? Okay, news pinch. But that's like a video. It's not live though. There's no live. I was looking for the live news. Yo.
जा रहे हैं तो आपको भी जाने दे रहे हैं।
पुलिस रोक रही है जगह जगह पे और इनकी कोशिश है कि बच्चों की आवाज उठे ना, लेकिन ये देश का आंदोलन बन चुका है। ये किसी एक आदमी का आंदोलन नहीं है, ये किसी पार्टी का आंदोलन नहीं है। ये देश के करोड़ों बच्चे जो एग्जाम देते हैं, जो पढ़ते हैं मेहनत करके, उनके साथ जो धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी धोखा कर रहे हैं, पेपर माफिया के हाथों में मोदी सरकार चल रही है, ये उसके खिलाफ आंदोलन है।
अभी तो जंतर मंतर का मार्च भी शुरू नहीं हुआ। अभी तो मार्च भी शुरू नहीं हुआ, वहाँ जाने क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं? पूरी धक्का मुक्की कर रहे हैं,
लगातार ये दावा है कि
धक्का मुक्की कर रहे हैं।
कोई किससे बात कर रहा है, क्या किसका दावा कर रहा है, हमें नहीं पता। हमको ये पता है कि ये जनता का आंदोलन है, जनता के बच्चों के लिए, देश के बच्चों के लिए आंदोलन है। पेपर चोरी हो रहे हैं, पेपर चोरी के खिलाफ आंदोलन है। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, शिक्षा मंत्री हैं वो।
जितनी शिद्दत से आज यहाँ पे पुलिस लगाई हुई है, उतनी शिद्दत से पेपर लीक रोक देते तो बच्चों का भविष्य नहीं खराब होता। इतनी शिद्दत से देश चला देते तो बच्चों का भविष्य नहीं खराब होता, बच्चे बेरोजगार नहीं होते। इनको सिर्फ आंदोलन रोकने की पड़ी हुई है, देश के लिए कुछ नहीं करना।
Pizza und Burger auf unserer Hochzeit.
Ads, YouTube, really? Saying fuck you, Modi. The internet was disabled, but now it has been opened. Yeah, I mean, bro. Again, this is. I could open up the link, but yeah. I did not know we had this many police officers. I did not know that. It's 8 p.m. there. Audio is now not working.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to. In a list view. Next.
Bro, look at the numbers, bro. Like the number of people and number of police. Wow, that number difference is very huge. The number difference is very huge. So, yeah. In that state, 3 students committed suicide. Yeah, I mean, in my state too, NEET exam is like a big thing. And again, it's yeah, NEET is an issue, just like NEET. Other things I heard was schools are closing down. Very bad stuff. Which again, these people are paid to do their job. Why are they not doing their job properly? Yep, we got a picture of B.R. Ambedkar. That's good. We can't forget the person who made the Constitution. Yo, they're still beating people. So, okay, this is the footage I've seen. So if I understand, they were trying to walk into a place, right? They were trying to walk in. I forgot what's the name of the place, but a place where they could talk with the government in person. I'm trying to find the post where I saw how far the education industry has fallen. The education has fallen. Oh fuck, where is it? Yep, this was the post. How can I share it? I can't. God damn it, I can't share it. Okay, I could open it, right? By the way, where you from? Which state? I hope Kerala. Yeah, I'm from Kerala, like I was saying. This is a big issue. Like, this is a big exam in Kerala too. JEE NEET. So, yeah, this was the post I saw earlier. India's education system in crisis. 45 major paper leaks in the last 20... Okay, it's not 10 years, 24 years. But still, 45 major leaks. Two cases, only 2 cases ended in punishment. 48 retest. 94,000 schools got shut down in 10 years. It should go up. 2.26 crore children used to study. Now they're not. Again. And they called this activist Chinese spy. That's what lot of times they do. Oh, You are criticizing your country? Terrorist. No. What did I should also talk to my parents on what's happening there. But again, from what I've seen from the protest, the numbers are really huge. The number of people who are protesting is really huge. That is why South India is better. Yo, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's someone saying South... that's why South India is better. Yo, shut the fuck up. In your lab, a voltmeter is designed to have extremely high input impedance. The goal is to measure the potential without letting any current flow move through the circuit. Because resistance is so high. We don't have political protest, dude. Again, NEET exam is not just for South India, bro. NEET exam is all around India, and South India is also part of it. Stop making this. Oh, South India better. Oh. Around 50,000 to 60,000 people have reached Delhi to protest, most of which are students of class 11 and 12. Students of class 11 and 12, that's the youth. That's the students. The voltmeter is designed to have extremely high input impedance. The goal is to measure the potential without letting any current flow through the circuit. The physical effect, because the resistance... Who are brain... Yo, I gotta block this person. I'm not falling for rage bait, gang. I'm sorry. I am not falling for rage bait. Show me, show you what, gang? Show you that you're stupid? Show me any South Indian students over there. Well, the protest is happening for a reason, not because people from a specific region is there. So how do I block you, gang? Report? Bro thinks he's genius by following a stupid trend. Yo, man, I'm sorry what type of pill you had, but sometimes you gotta understand why some problems are happening. Well, what am I preparing for? I'm preparing for analytical chemistry. So what are the options? Put user in timeout, hide user on this channel. So if I click hide user, does that mean It's gonna be hidden from me or what? No hate for the protest? Okay, then why you... Then what's with the whole... Oh, that's why this all happens there. Come on. Come on, man. A protest happens for a reason. But it's moving a political protest. What you mean? Again, the whole thing is happening for a long time. I still support the students. Again, most of the people that attended the protest is students. What are you? The Ananta. So where are you from? India. Yes, your pattern recognition is correct. Except NEET, everything is happening. Yeah, that's... I saw a post saying Arundhati Roy. Who's that? Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not just the NEET. There's, like, in the last 10 years, about 94,000 schools have been closed. We're in India, pal, from the south, from a state called Kerala. What's her work over there? The person who said Kashmir isn't part of India. Yo, bro, come on. Again, you gotta focus on the issue. Don't just say, oh, that person thinks... Again, we're pointing to a problem. Sherikim, yes, Sherikim. You speak Manglish? Let's go. Again, I was preparing for the exam. I wouldn't say I got distracted, but I just checked out what was happening on the protest. Which would disrupt the internal 3M KCl equilibrium by blocking the flow of electrons. The voltmeter can measure the stable potential as pressure. So I need to look into the voltmeter part, okay? I just need a bit more on the voltmeter. Who is her? I don't understand. What the fuck you talking, brother? Or sister, who are you talking about? If it has high resistance, and that's what my roots are from Kerala too. Oh, let's go. Yo, Sans fan, how you doing? No, you're not blocked. Maybe it's some YouTube issue. I don't know. My stream is getting slow. Like, I can see that. I can see the computer is saying I'm prepping for an oral exam that's coming up tomorrow. Sans fan, tomorrow's the big day. But hey. Yo, you should mod me. I can mod you? That's what I'm saying. You people don't know and still think it's completely a NEET protest. Hype. Hype? What do you mean, Sans fan? Are you Malayali? Yeah, I'm from Kerala, fam. Can I make you mod? Like, what is gonna happen if I made you a mod? I have the option to add as moderator. Hype for the big day. What do you mean? Well, the protest is going against the education system. That's all I know. You think your chats stick out more? Can I speak Malayalam? എന്തുകൊണ്ടും structure of the exam. What tomorrow? Tomorrow there's a big thing going on. It's like a big event. But hey, Sans fan, so if I made you the mod, you could hype. I mean, I could try. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't think I used this option though. Managing moderator, standard moderator. What do you want to do though? Try it. So do you want the managing or standard? Makkale. I don't really care. Okay, I mean, let's go standard, right? Let me see what standard, what could you do? എനിക്ക് എന്തുകൊണ്ടും മലയാളം സംസാരിക്കാൻ കഴിയും സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ. Again, you're gonna see some Malayalam on this channel later, I guess. But I should focus on this part right now. Voltmeter has high resistance, and due to its high resistance, the computer is lagging due to high resistance. Due to its high resistance, what? I don't understand what you were trying to convey there. Due to its high resistance, there's no or very few, very low flow electrons, but do you remember me? I'm the one who said your accent is fake. Oh, I don't remember, not gonna lie. Wait. Or very low flow of electrons, but what? But the affinity or the pull for electrons from the standard electrodes still exist. So how is the resistance actually fulfilling this need for electrons? Yo, tear gases? Really? Fuck. Whoa, look at me. What is happening, gang? Oh yeah, you got the blue name. The tear gas part. You became the moderator of your channel. Yeah, I did see the blue naming. Tear gas fired. Fuck. What was tear gas exactly? What does it do? Yo, it's not even good for your lungs. Not good. Okay, let me ask this question. The high resistance of voltmeter does not actually fulfill the need for electrons. Instead, it is designed to prevent the need from being satisfied, so the pull can be measured accurately without changing the chemistry. It measures potential, not reaction. The resistance were low. Electrons would rush from the reference electrode to a silver rod to satisfy Ag plus ions. Electrons would rush from the reference electrode to a silver rod to satisfy Ag plus. This would be a battery, and a chemical concentration in your beaker and your reference electrode would change rapidly as the reaction runs. Because the resistance is high, the voltmeter acts as a solid dam. It prevents the electrons from flowing because they can't flow. Again, if the voltmeter has this thing, then why even need for reference? You could just use the voltmeter. Truly microscopic amount of charge does move to establish what is called a double layer at the surface of the silver rod. A few silver ions come very close to the rod, creating a layer of positive charge. This pulls a few electrons to the very edge of the metal. Think of the silver indicator electrode and the reference electrode as two people in the tug of war, and the voltmeter is a rope in the middle. The high resistance ensures the voltmeter measures the chemical pressure of the silver ions rather than allowing a chemical reaction to occur. This protects the stability. How do I write this though? This also plays a huge role as due to its high resistance, which makes it possible to measure the potential difference? To pressure and no or very tiny flow of electrons happens, therefore how the reference electrode also able to maintain its what? What was I thinking? Maintain its structure? No. Constant potential. Oh, what? Oh fuck. Shut the fuck up. Whoa. Just a guy. Holy shit. Holy shit. What? You know what? I want to take a small break, so I'm gonna watch a video. Bro's doing everything except studying. Yo, Sansi30, how you doing? Oh, I forgot. I keep on forgetting that's your YouTube handle name. Let me watch some Small World video. That is so cool, not gonna lie. It goes through here. Doing fine. Yeah, I also have an exam coming up tomorrow, but otherwise I'm pretty good. Fuck. Giving birth. Stink bug. I mean, that's not too microscopic. Skin of a squid. Yeah. That soy sauce drying up? No way. Japanese mantis shrimp. What is this though? Whoa, whoa, whoa. One more video and I'll stop. Ads, fuck ads. Can I get some footage?
Of a millimeter in size turn into vicious predators. So today, in honor of both predator and prey, we're going to be revisiting some of our favorite videos about eating in the microcosmos. Grab a snack and join our microbes as they snack. And we'll start by revisiting some of the clever strategies that microbes use to gather their prey.
Despite huge differences in morphology and biological structures, all living organisms do the same three basic things.
Eat.
They get food, digest it,
shit.
and excrete waste materials.
Eat, digest,
Living
shit.
organisms require energy to live. Some produce their own food, usually through photosynthesis. We call these autotrophs. But many organisms cannot make their own food. We call these heterotrophs, and they eat. Among heterotrophic single-celled eukaryotes, food is taken into the cell in various methods, but once it's there, it's wrapped by a membrane and forms something called a food vacuole. Then the cell flushes digestive enzymes inside the food vacuole to start the digestion. Nutrients are taken into the cytoplasm, and the waste material left in the vacuole then basically fuses with the outer membrane of the cell, and what's left in the vacuole is discharged into the environment. In some cases, like inside this beautiful single-celled Nacella ornata, which feeds on filamentous cyanobacteria, content of the food vacuole reacts with the digestive enzymes and changes color. That process takes time. Because each vacuole formed at a different time, they are in different stages of digestion, which gives this cell its colorful polka dots. But how do these heterotrophic organisms get their food?
Where's bro going?
Well, in spite of
Stop.
a remarkable amount of diversity, a lot of microorganisms use one of the same three strategies for getting their food. Some of this will be familiar to the macro world, some of it will not. One of the less familiar is filter feeding, which allows larger organisms to consume suspended food particles or much smaller organisms. There are filter feeders in the macro world. Baleen whales come to mind. But while a whale must swim through giant clouds of small organisms in the microcosmos, your food can come to you. Some filter feeders use hair-like structures called cilia to create a vortex that brings other microorganisms or food particles to the cell mouth. These cilia are specialized for this task, and their beating creates a current that expediently and beautifully directs every nearby thing into the waiting mouth of the microorganism. The cilia are often too small for us to see, but you can see their effects. Take a look at these paramecia. They're consuming tiny, tiny bacteria, and you can see their cilia causing small organisms to tumble across them. You can also see all of their food vacuoles on the inside, and if you look very carefully, you can see a new food vacuole forming, getting filled up with those tiny bacterial cells. Some of the best and most obvious filter feeders are rotifers, microanimals that use cilia to create swirling vortices around their mouth parts. You can see how successful this feeding strategy is by its belly full of algae cells. Every time its mouth fills with more algae, it contracts to swallow the food. Now observe these single-celled organisms called stentors. They are much bigger than most other microorganisms. You can actually see them with the naked eye. And they also use filter feeding to push all of their algal food into their cell mouths.
You can see a single-celled organism with the naked eye? I thought it was only possible with the microscope.
Our second feeding mechanism, maybe the most familiar and the most exciting, is called raptorial feeding. Raptorial feeders selectively capture prey and hunt other organisms. In this video, you can see Dileptus hunting. It paralyzes one organism with a touch of its trunk-like proboscis, and then it pulls that organism into itself in a process called phagocytosis. Many of these microorganisms are armed with something called toxicysts. These are little harpoon-like structures filled with toxins, and they're located on a particular part of the cell which the microorganism uses for hunting. These tiny harpoons are then fired when they come in contact with prey organisms, which then become immobilized. This is Bursaria. It's a single-celled organism with a huge mouth, and things have not gone well for the paramecium that is now inside it. The paramecium dies immediately because of the toxicists on the inside of the Bursaria. So at least it was quick. Now get ready for some truly gorgeous footage of a microanimal's day going south. First, Paradoleptus immobilizes the rotifer with fired toxicists, and the animal is swallowed by the single-celled organism as it swims away.
Just gets inside, okay.
This is Frontonia, which is a close relative of Paramecia, but it lacks the filter-feeding habits of its relatives and feeds predaciously on large diatoms and filamentous cyanobacteria, such as Oscillatoria here. Though in this case, it turns out this Frontonia bit off a little more than he could chew. Another raptorial feeding style is called histophagy. Histophagous organisms, such as these single-celled coleps, attack injured but live animals or other single-celled organisms, sucking off hunks of tissue rather than consuming whole organisms. When they attack an animal, they enter wounds and ingest tissue, often attacking in groups because their chemical sensing abilities attract many of them from a distance, like microscopic vultures. When a number of them gather in one place, it's hard to avoid another macro-world analog, piranhas, devouring everything soft in no time at all. There's a huge variety of raptorial feeding. This is just the beginning, but we wanted to show you one more before we move on. This is Vampirella, an amoeba with a suitable name. It specializes in feeding on filamentous algae. First, it bores a hole through the algal cell wall, and then slurps out the gooey, nutritious cytoplasm.
Okay, so it doesn't consume as whole, I guess.
I tried everything.
Okay, you tried everything, then you should try killing yourself. It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't listen to me, YouTube. I was just making a joke.
Our final feeding mechanism, for today at least, is diffusion feeding, in which the predator just sits in the same place, relying on the prey to accidentally make contact. This is a heliozoa. It's a single-celled amoeboid, and because of its resemblance to the sun due to the rays coming out of its cell, it's sometimes called the sun animalcule. The rays are called axopodia. These are sometimes used in locomotion, and in this case, for hunting prey. Axopodia are cytoplasmic extensions, meaning they're a part of the cell membrane, even though they look like they're sticking out of it. Each one has a central supporting rod of microtubules that gives it this rigid structure. The axopodia are coated in organelles that discharge toxins when touched, which impair or even paralyze heliozoa's prey. After the organism is captured, those microtubules are drawn back into the cell, thus retracting the axopodia and allowing the cell to swallow the unlucky organism. Or prey is just engulfed by extrusions from the cell called pseudopodia. In this video, a rotifer has been captured by a heliozoa and is slowly getting eaten by it. Now, this is something that happens fairly frequently, but we did capture something unusual here. While it was stuck to heliozoa's axopodia, this rotifer actually lays its egg, but neither egg nor the rotifer is going to escape this. Surprisingly heartbreaking.
Whoa. It ate itself? Yo.
Is a suctorian. It's a ciliate, just like Paramecium and Stentor. These organisms have hair-like cilia during the early stage of their life, but as adults, they develop bundles of tentacles. Just like in Heliozoa, these tentacles are supported by an internal cylinder of microtubules. The tip of the tentacles have extrusomes. These are special structures that attach to and immobilize any other cilia.
I'll watch the rest later. How is the protest going on? There's no live footage.
Love Roblox? Earn Roblox digital
कि उन्होंने जो हमें कमिटमेंट दिया था वो पूरा किया सदन में इस मुद्दे को उठाने के लिए, लेकिन जब तक धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा नहीं होता इस पर आवाज उठानी पड़ेगी और उसके ऊपर आंदोलन करना पड़ेगा।
यहाँ से पार्लियामेंट मार्च जाने के लिए आप लोग तैयार हैं, उसका समापन या फिर स्थगित बोल सकते हैं?
हमने हमारा पार्लियामेंट मार्च कॉल ऑफ कर दिया है। जो बच्चों को पीटा गया है, ब्रूटैलिटी की गई है, 12-12 साल की लड़कियों का सर फोड़ा है दिल्ली पुलिस ने। जब मैं यहाँ पर देख रहा था बैरिकेड के पास पुलिस वाले लड़कियों का गला पकड़ रहे थे। एक लड़की ने अभी मुझे बताया कि पुलिस वालों ने उसके कपड़े फाड़े, बाद में डिटेंशन में लेकर जाकर उसके छाती पर भी पैर रखा है। मैं जहाँ लोगों को देख रहा था यहाँ पर पुलिस बिना कुछ सोचे समझे अंधाधुंध लाठियाँ घुमा रही थी, लोगों का सर फोड़ रही थी, किसी को 8-8 टाँके आए हुए। पुलिस को तो इन बच्चों की चिंता नहीं थी। पुलिस चाहती थी आज किसी ना किसी का खून हो जाए और मैं नहीं चाहता था। हमारी जिम्मेदारी हमें इन बच्चों की चिंता थी क्योंकि ये हमारे कहने पर आए थे। इन बच्चों की ज़िंदगी के लिए हमने हमारा जो पार्लियामेंट का मार्च था वो यहाँ रोका।
No. Shots fired. No. Yo. Yeah, I mean, now you can see how bad things are. So if I understand, they stopped the protest for now. Fuck. Because of the beat thing. So, how the reference electrode also able to maintain its constant potential? Which part of this? I'm a bit confused on. lot of confusion. Why is it not loading? Okay, they changed some stuff. Reference. You have captured the concept perfect. Measuring chemical pressure, you are correct to preventing electron flow resistance too high, maintaining the reference potential. This lack of flow is where refinement, if it makes it sound more professional, you could add the voltmeters. High resistance ensures zero current condition. This is a technical term for measuring a potential without disturbing the concentration of chemicals you're trying to measure. Okay, if this is the case with or how the looks like we could use just the voltmeter standard to measure I got the difference spelling wrong. Fuck. If you have one electrode, there is no second point to compare it, and the circuit remains open. Here's why the AGCL reference electrode is absolutely required. You need a fixed floor. Think of the measuring height of a building. You need. I feel like I'm coming back to circle. Electricity must travel in a loop. For the voltmeter to feel the potential of the silver rod, there must be a return path for charge. For the voltmeter to feel the potential of the silver rod, there must be a return path for the charge. The signal travels from silver rod through the voltmeter into a reference electrode and back into the beaker through the porous ceramic layer through ionic flow. The consequence is, without the reference electrode and its porous bridge, the loop is broken. The voltmeter would be a pressure gauge connected to a piper that isn't plugged into anything. It would show a random or zero reading because no tension can build up. Why a standard electrode isn't enough. Electrode is special because it's the internal ocean of salt so thick it refuses to change, give you a rock solid baseline. Reference electrode acts as a baseline. Okay, think. Okay, I feel like I have a lot to understand this experiment. I did get the basic set of information. I'll be moving to the last two experiments and just memorize and look into the basic stuff, and after that I'll come back to this because I look into Just a minute. If I fall, if I die, know that. What was the lyrics? I'm in the pursuit of happiness. So I have two. What do I do? Titration. Experiment is a semi-quantitative separation technique used to identify the ingredients in a pharmaceutical tablet. Your crushed tablet dissolved in ethanol again. To understand, there's no chemical reaction involved in your previous experiment, like the determination titration, whereas the primary standards used, you used pure acetyl salicylic acid and pure caffeine dissolved in ethanol. These are used for direct comparison, but why ethanol? It's entirely a distribution process. Mobile phase. Mixture of cyclohexane, ethyl acetate, and acetic acid. 40, 50, 10. Instead of a mechanism, TLC is a capillary reaction of mobile phase moving up to the plane. Molecules that, like silica gel, get stationary phase will more. If molecules that, like the silica gel, stationary phase will move more slowly. Molecules that, like the liquid, will move faster. Detection. It works based on the mechanism of the TLC's capillary reaction of the mobile phase moving up the plane. The mechanism of the experiment is the capillary action of the mobile phase moving up the plate. Detection is done under a UV lamp of 254 nanometers. The silica gel contains a fluorescence dye that will glow green under UV light. Plate contains a fluorescence dye that glows green under UV light. This UV 254 the silica gel contains a fluorescence dye that glows green under UV light. The ASA and the caffeine spots appear as dark shadows before they block. The ASA and spots appear as dark shadows before shadows because they block that fluorescence. Physical separation technique. ethanol. Ethanol. In the thin layer chromatography experiment, ethanol is used as the solvent for both your standards and your sample for 3 practical and chemical reasons. The primary reason is both acetyl salicylic acid and caffeine are organic molecules that dissolve well in ethanol. In your procedure, you crush the tablet and fill the flask with ethanol to ensure that active ingredients were fully extracted from the binder material of the pill into the liquid supernatant. Note, the principle of like dissolves like, where organic solutes dissolve in organic solvent is general chemical concept you may want to independently verify as it is not explicitly defined in the sources. I should eat something. I do feel like I should eat something. But again, should I end the stream? Should I end the stream? No. In the thin layer, ethanol is used as a solvent for both your standard and sample in 3 practical and chemical reasons. Consistency between the samples, volatility for spotting. TLC requires you to apply tiny concentrated spot on the chemical onto the silica plate. That once you place the drop, the solvent must disappear so that only solid analyte is left behind. Ethanol is highly volatile. The standard and samples are dissolved in ethanol due to volatility for spotting. When the drop when a drop of the ah analyte standard or sample. The solvent must disappear, leaving behind the solid analyte. And ethanol is very good at evaporating at room temperature and leaving behind what? Leaving behind Okay, I'm gonna put the chicken in the oven because I'm fucking hungry, gang. I'm not gonna end the stream. The stream gonna run. Back. Back in the flesh. Back in the flesh. In the flesh. I feel like this stream is... I got a message saying the stream is copyright striked. Why exactly did I play some music? I feel like that's what it resulted in the copyright strike. Ah, okay. Yo, okay, it's blocked in Russia. Come on, man, Russia, what happened? Okay, otherwise it should be good. Okay. Sans fan. Yo. The video what? What do you mean the video? I think I was not here for like 3 hours. Fuck. How long was I not here? Two hours? Fuck. Fuck. Figgity fuck. But at least we're back. Okay. So thin layer chromatography, I don't think there's too much. Moving to UV. Okay. Let's move to the last experiment. UV spectros. This is 9. Fuck. Experiment number 9. Final experiment in UV spectroscopy, which is used to determine the exact concentration of iron in sample on light thin layer chromatography. Lowest, no. You know what? It's starting to be pretty late, right? The white light is kind of annoying. Oh, better. Do we got one more yellow option? Yeah, that was the one I was going for. Amen type of reaction. The goal is to determine the concentration of iron in an unknown solution. This experiment involves two distinct types of reactions. Redox reaction, complexation reaction. Primary and calibration standards. A redox reaction, initially an Fe3 plus in the sample must be reduced to Fe2 plus using hydroxyl ammonium chloride. Complexation reaction. The resulting Fe2 plus ions react with 1,10-phenanthroline to form stable bright orange-red complex. In your previous calibration standard, calibration curve. By measuring the absorbance of 5 standards, you create a mathematical ruler for your experiment. The straight line equation was the unknown. You plug the absorbance of your unknown sample into this equation to translate the light reading into a concentration. You plug the absorbance of your unknown sample into this equation to translate the light reading into a concentration. The iron in water is often mix of Fe2 plus Fe3 plus because only Fe2 plus can form orange complex with the phenanthroline. You must use hydroxyl ammonium chloride to reduce all iron species. This introductory experiment, determination of acetic acid by acid-base titration, follows a very similar logical structure to your previous redox and precipitation titration. However, instead of measuring electron exchange or potential jumps, you are measuring the neutralization of protons. Types of reaction: acid-base neutralization. This is a classical neutralization reaction. Acid-base neutralization. What? Nine. I wrote 9. Why is it hard for the computer to read 9? Determining iron content using UV spectroscopy. Type of reaction: acid-base neutralization. This experiment involves acid-base This is called neutralization reaction. Neutralization. Reaction: sodium hydroxide, a strong base, reacts with acetic acid, a weak acid, to produce water and salt. Stoichiometry reaction is 1:1. I was thinking, wow, what the fuck? That was. tightened. In this method, the ruler consists of 5 standard solutions. And the reactions involved. This experiment requires 2 chemical steps to make the iron visible to the instrument. Reduction redox reaction. One iron in water can be Fe2 plus or Fe3 plus. Only Fe2 plus forms the color complex we need. Therefore, you add hydroxyl ammonium chloride to reduce all. The iron ions in your unknown water sample. In this method, the ruler consists of 5 iron standard solutions. Just a minute. So the first sentence I wrote is absolute bull script. One hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Analyte the unknown iron ions in the water sample. Titrant. In this method, the ruler consists of 5 iron standard solution with known concentration. In this method consists of 5 iron standard solution, known concentration of standard solution, 5 known concentration. Experiment reduction redox reaction. Addition of hydroxyl ammonium chloride to reduce hydroxyl ammonium chloride to 2Fe3 plus and H2 H2 and H2OH 2Fe2 plus. Oh, shut the fuck up. Plus NO2 into O. Phenanthroline. Phenanthroline. Which acts as a that wraps around Fe2 plus to form a bright orange red you add ammonium acetate acetic acid buffer. Addition of ammonium acetate or acetic acid I'm tripping. Buffer to maintain correct pH for the complex to remain. To remain stable. The spectrophotometer. Instead of watching for color change or voltage jump, you shine light at wavelength 510 nanometers through the liquid in a curvet. (510 nanometer) wavelength light at the sample filled in a curvet. Instrument measures absorbance. The more iron complex result and quantification. You plotted the absorbance of your 5 standards to get a strained light equation. You plug your sample absorbance into this equation to find the concentration, forming straight line equation based on the absorbance of 5 different standards and plugging the absorbance of the sample into this equation to get the concentration of the sample. comparing the calibration curve of the 5 standards solution with specific concentration with the sample. I just need to know a small part on the absorbance, what is happening inside in a way, explain to me on a molecular level what makes lower concentration to absorb. The specific molecule doing the absorbing is the orange-red complex, which is formed when iron reacts with the target. Imagine light beam from spectrometer as a light stream of millions of tiny darts flying into the curvette. The molecules of the orange-red complex are the targets. The liquid is crowded with molecules. As the photons fly through this, they're very likely to crash into a molecule when a photon hits. Its energy is absorbed by the molecule and the photon never makes it to the detector. Absorbed. Absorbed by the molecule, okay. So I'm guessing water molecules is not involved at all. There's far few molecules floating in water because the crowd is thin. There's a lot of empty space between the molecules. Most of the photons fly straight through the curvette without ever hitting the target. So concentration, more amount, no. 15 minutes. I would also like know how the equation for the equation derived which is also one used to know the concentration of the sample. The equation derived from the standard solution serves as a mathematical bridge that translates a light reading into a chemical value. Based on your specific results, the equation y equals 8.6733x. The horizontal axis represents the absorbance measured by the spectrometer, The vertical axis represents the ion concentration. The slope represents the sensitivity of your orange-red complex. It tells you the instruments how much the concentration increase every unit of absorbance. How much the concentration should increase. The intercept, this accounts for background noise or trace color that exists even when the concentration is theoretically zero. Linear regression was drawn through those points, create an equation. Okay, I should. 0.2301. Absorbance. Sensitivity. Of the orange red complex that predicts the concentration increase per unit of absorbance. Background noise. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think that's good enough for UVB spectroscopy. Again, we're almost done. Now I just need to ask a question. the determination of chloride in a sample using potential Could you let me know if the reaction involved are redox or complex symmetric? Stop laughing. $30 minutes, God. God damn. God damn. God damn. But Marvel, who gives a shit? Yo, we got the world population stream. I did not know that. Let me just check how is it looking. Please tell me it's not going down. I mean, can I complain? No, I can't. It's going up. Of course, India's at the lead, I guess. Bro, fuck. Yo, you're still here. Let's go. Let's go. You got the special mods status. That's cool. How long was this stream going? I think it's more than 5 hours now. More than 6 hours. Oh, let's go. I mean, 2 hours was just me cooking. Long time. Long time ago, there was a stream. It never ended. It was by a creator named Grr. Grr, grr, grr. I can't stop sharing this music, but let me share it. YouTube, please don't copy strike me. Let me just enjoy some beats.
Life like this is what your life like. Try to live your life right. People really know you push your buttons like type right. This is like a movie, but it's really very lifelike. Every single night, right? Every single fight, right? I was looking at the gram and I don't even like lights. I was screaming at my daddy, told me it ain't Christ-like. I was screaming at the referee, just like Mike. Looking for a bright light. Seagull, what your life like? Riding on a white bike, feeling like a sight bike. Pressing on the gas, supernova for a night light. Dreaming at my dad and he told me it ain't Christ-like. But nobody never tell you when you're being like Christ. Only ever seeing me, only when they need me. Like if Tyler Perry made a movie for BET, searching for a deity. Now you wanna see it free, now you wanna see it free. Let you see it 3 apiece. Tell me what your life like, turn it down a bright light. Driving with my dad and he told me it ain't Christ-like. I'm just trying to find, I've been looking for a new.
YouTube, please no copy strike. YouTube, I was just having some fun. Okay. Why determination of chloride by argentometry involves a reaction that is neither redox nor complexometric. It is a precipitation titration. Oh, why it is not redox? It's in the redox reaction, the iron titration you perform. Potassium permanganate electrons are physically transferred from one atom to another, changing their oxidation state. In this chloride experiment, the silver stays as +1 and chloride stays as -1. The potential you measure on the machine is simply a way to sense the concentration of silver ions. But the ions themselves are not undergoing a chemical oxidation or reduction. Why it is not a complexometric reaction? Because there is no complex forming. Precipitation reaction. The reaction experiment is a what? Is a precipitation reaction, not redox, not complexometric. No, don't ask me a question, dog. Fuck. I hate that. I hate. You can't just keep on generating. Close. That's not it. Create flashcards that test my memory based on the 9 experiments involved. Create flashcards in a way that will help me prepare for an oral exam. Make sure to test my memory. Hard. I don't give up. More. Fuck this. I don't even want to take this. Oh, fuck. Yo, should I start pulling my hair up so I can show my forehead, or should I keep on hiding my forehead? Because both look good, not gonna lie. Both look good. Stay strong. Oh, there we go. I think I could change the camera setup now. You know what? I gotta make one important change. I always... that was a really necessary change. Each student in the analytical lab is required to provide their own safety goggles, spatula, and... I don't know, tweezers? Why would you ask me that? I know this. Fuck. In the gravimetric determination of nickel, what reagent is used to form the red complex? Oh, okay. Okay. What reagent? What the reagent? I forgot. Not ammonium. DMG. Dimethyl glyoxim. Yeah. I forgot the name. What is the purpose of adding 3 milliliters of 1:1 hydrochloric acid to the nickel solution before heating? To make the solution more acidic, to avoid unwanted reactions or precipitates, ensure nickel remains in the solution with controlled precipitation with ammonia. Okay, I didn't say that exactly like that, but yeah. At what temperature range should the nickel solution be maintained during the addition of diacetyl glyoxime reagent? 75 to 85. 30 to 80. It's okay. It's okay. What precipitation indicates that the precipitation of nickel diacetyl dioximate is complete after adding ammonia? What observation? Clumps of red precipitate. It was vapors of ammonium. I didn't get it. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't get it. But 45 minutes. Why must the nickel diacetyl dioximate suspension cool for 1 hour before filtration? For proper precipitation? Ensure complete precipitation, yeah. What specific grade of glass crucible is required for filtering? I don't know. Number 3? What the No, I don't think that's gonna be asked. Fuck that. The nickel precipitate should be tried at the temperature range of 110 to 120 or 100 to 110. What is the gravimetric factor for calculating the mass of nickel from mass of nickel diacetyl dioximate? 0.20 something. 2032. I got till 20. What is the gravimetric factor for calculating the mass of nickel from the mass of nickel diacetyl? I told the answer, right? Yeah. What is the molar mass of nickel DMG complex used in the laboratory calculations? To 88. I think I should write it down. Molar mass $288.917 grams per mole. In the manganometric titration, what primary standard is used to determine the exact concentration of potassium permanganate? In manganometric titration, what primary standard is used to determine the exact concentration of potassium permanganate? manganometric titration. What primary standard is used to determine potassium permanganate in manganometric titration? What primary standard? It's not KHP. I think it's sodium oxalate, right? What is the stoichiometric ratio of permanganate to oxalate? 2:5. Why must the solution be heated to 75 to 85 degrees Celsius during the titration of sodium oxalate to fasten the reaction, speed up the reaction? Which acid is used to acidify the sodium oxalate solution for potassium permanganate standardization? Which acid is used to acidify? Oh no, not nitric. Sulfuric? Sulfuric. In the determination of iron 2+, what reagent is added to reduce all iron species to 2+ oxidation state? What reagent is used to reduce all iron species? I know this. Phenanthroline? Metabisulfate, okay. What is the stoichiometric ratio of MnO4- to Fe2+ in the redox titration? 1:1? 1:5, okay. Why is the Zimmermann-Reinhardt reagent used during the manganometric titration? To ensure chloride precipitate, prevent oxidation of chloride ions. Okay. Can I take it? Nah, let's just leave it. The Fe2+ titration endpoint is reached when a dash color persists for more than 30. Pale pink, faint pink. In iodometric titration, Cu2+ ions are determined by the reaction with an excess of which reagent? Reaction with an excess of which reagent? Potassium iodate? Iodide. I told iodate. Write the balance equation for a reaction between copper and I-. If I remember, Cu2+ plus Ki or KiO3 gives Cu(I2) plus I2, Cui, okay. What primary standard is typically used to standardize sodium thiosulfate? What primary standard is typically used to standardize sodium thiosulfate? What primary standard is typically used to standardize sodium? What primary standard is typically used to standardize sodium thiosulfate? What primary standard is typically used to standardize? What primary standard is used to? Oh. Primary standard, huh? KHP, potassium hydro. In iodometry, why should excessive shaking of the solution be avoided? To avoid reoxidation iodide ions to iodine by atmospheric oxygen. At what point in the iodometric titration should the starch indicator be added? When the concentration of iodine is low. No, when the concentration of iodine is low. Oh, just the color? But it was... I just need to know what compound, what's binding with starch, and to prevent formation of starch with that element or ion. It was copper? Iodide. Starch iodine complex. Okay. When the solution change. Okay, I got this one though. What is the color change of the endpoint of ionometric titration using starch? Dark blue to colorless. Deep blue, yeah. What is the stoichiometric molar ratio of Cu2 plus ions to sulfate? Fuck. 2:5? No. 1:1. In the complexometric titration, what is the titrant? Bismuth. What is the titrant used? Silver nitrate? No. Not silver nitrate. EDTA. Which indicator is used for the complexometric determination of bismuth? Indicator. No indicator. Silenol orange. Okay, I got it down. I need to memorize. Fuck, I forgot a lot of stuff. What is the required pH range for bismuth 3 plus on EDTA titration? What is the required pH range of bismuth in EDTA titration? What is the required pH range for low pH 2 to 3 acidic? What is the color change at the endpoint of bismuth titration with EDTA using xylenol orange? Not deep, not green. It was yellow, red to yellow. I did say yellow. What is the molar ratio between bismuth and EDTA in the complex formed? What is the molar ratio between 1:1? In the determination of water hardness, what does the titration measure? In the determination of water hardness, what does the titration measure? The German hardness or millimolar? No. Concentration of alkaline earth metals. Okay, I got it wrong. What concentration of EDTA is used for water hardness titration? 0.1 molar. Did I get that wrong, huh? It was for water hardness. I just said for the bismuth. What reagent is added to the water sample to ensure it's sufficiently alkaline for the EDTA titration? What reagent is added to the water sample to ensure it's sufficiently alkaline for EDTA titration? What reagent is added to? Oh, but indicator buffer tablet or some shit? Concentrated ammonia? Okay. I'm not making it, bro. What is the color change at the endpoint of water hardness titration using indicator buffer tablet? The green, pale green, brown to green. I don't know if it's brown though. What German hardness degree is equal to how many millimolar per liter of alkaline earth metal? Yo, Roblox play, what's up? Hello. How is it going? 278? I forgot. In the potentiometric titration of chloride, which indicator electrode is used? Indicating electrode. Silver chloride. Standard potential. Wait, what was the question? Silver rod, yeah. Got it. What reference electrode is paired with silver indicator electrode for chloride titration? Silver chloride reference electrode? Ag, okay. Silver chloride, KCl, okay. I know this one, so I'll please. How is the equivalence point identified in the potentiometric titration of chloride? How is the equivalence point identified in the potential? Sudden spike in the potential difference. Sharp change in the electrode potential, yeah. What is the solubility product of silver chloride used for theoretical titration curve calculation? Oh, bro, I don't know. 10 raised to minus 10, I don't know that. Using the Nernst equation provided, what is the formula for calculating potential E in the chloride titration? E equals E0 plus 0.55011 or something times log of concentration of Ag plus minus reference electrode potential 0.0591. Okay. I did not. Okay. I agree. I did not memorize the numbers. Why is it slow titration speed necessary when approaching the endpoint in argentometric potentiometry? Why was a slow titration speed necessary when approaching endpoint? Why? Due to slow kinetics of potential stabilization near the equivalence point. I did not say that. What reagent is used to acidify the chloride sample prior to potentiometric titration? What reagent is used to acidify chloride sample? Hydroxyl ammonium. No. What reagent is used to acidify the chloride samples prior to? Oh, nitric acid. 1 hour. Nitric acid. Diluted nitric acid, yeah. In thin layer chromatography, how is the RF value calculated? Is the distance traveled by the sample by the distance traveled by the mobile phase, compound by solvent front. Yeah. What are the components and volume ratios of the mobile ratio used to separating ASA and caffeine? Cyclohexane. Fuck, I wrote it down. Cyclohexene, ethyl acetate, acetic acid, 40, 50, 10. But I did not memorize it. Under UV light at 254 nanometers, what property of TLC plate allows for visualization of spots? Under UV light, what property of TLC plate allows for visualization of spots? What fluorescence or fluorescence quenching. Can I take it? Can I get the points? Can I get the points? I can. Beam. 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 In the TLC experiment, why is the acetic acid influence in the mobile phase? Why is acetic acid included in the mobile phase? I don't know. Whoa, tailing of acidic compounds by acetic acid by keeping them protonated. Okay, that's a really good question. What solvent is used to extract Acetylsalicylic acid and caffeine from pharmaceutical tablets. Ethanol. In UVV spectroscopy of iron, what reagent is used? Hydroxyl ammonium chloride. Fuck, I did not read the question, but yeah, it was phenolphthalein. Yep. What is the wavelength used to measure the absorbance of iron? 510. Yeah. Why is hydroxyl ammonium chloride added to the iron sample before complexation of UV? To reduce Fe3 plus to reduction. Yep. What is the purpose of ammonium acetate acetic acid solution in the iron UVV spec procedure? What's the procedure? What was the point? Wait, what was it? What is the purpose of ammonium acetic? I wrote it down, but I don't remember. Please, what is the purpose? It's to maintain pH for the complex to form. Buffer, fuck. According to the Beer-Lambert's law, what is the relationship between absorbance and concentration depicted in the calibration curve? According to Beer-Lambert's law, what is the relationship between absorbance and concentration depicted in the calibration curve? Absorbance and concentration depicted in the calibration curve. What is the relationship between absorbance and concentration depicted in the calibration curve? According to the Beer-Lambert's law, what is the relationship between absorbance and concentration? Is it the? Are you talking about the equation? A equals ECL. Okay, I didn't know this linear relationship. Okay. Oh, the equation is linear. Linear relationship. In the acid-base titration, what primary standard is used to determine the exact concentration of NaOH? Acid-base titration, what primary standard is used to determine the exact concentration of NaOH? KHP, potassium hydrogen thiolate. What indicator is used to determine the end point of titration of acetic acid with sodium hydroxide? What indicator is used to indicator? I forgot. It was phenolphthalein. Apologies, gang, come on. What is the stoichiometric ratio of NaOH to KHP during standardization? What is the stoichiometric ratio of NaOH to KHP during standardization? What is the stoichiometric ratio of NaOH to KHP during standardization? 1:1. How should the final result of the measurement be reported, including its uncertainty? How should the final result in a oh fuck, how should the final result? It should be the mean result plus or minus the confidence interval. Mean plus confidence interval with standard deviation, yep. What is the molar mass of potassium hydrogen phthalate used in lab reports? What is the molar mass of potassium hydrogen phthalate used in lab reports? What is the molar mass of potassium hydrogen phthalate used in the lab reports? What is the molar mass of potassium hydrogen phthalate? I don't know the molar mass. Come on. I don't fucking know. What's the molar mass? 204.2222. Bum, 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 bum. Nah, I didn't. Oh, whoa. What should be done with the automatic piston burette before first? Yeah, you should clear the air in gravimetric analysis. What does the term constant weight mean? Constant. What do you mean? After different heat, repeated drying, cooling, and weighing steps until consecutive mass readings. Got it. How are glass crucibles cleaned? With a diluted HCl. What is the purpose of blank solution in UV-EV spectroscopy? Oh, shit. To check if it's working. To zero the instrument. Get it. Calculate the mass percentage of acetic acid if the molarity of concentration of molarity is using the formula provided in the source. Why to calculate the mass percentage of acetic acid if the molarity is concentration? Whoa, what the fuck is this one? I feel like that could be asked. I feel like that could be asked. Why the camera? Why the camera working like that? What's wrong with the camera though? Oh. In the chloride titration task, how is the total volume calculated for the dilution factor? It's 10, right? Yep. I should sleep. I should sleep and wake up early morning, cause I'm a fucking winner. Oh man, that was bad. That was bad. In the chloride titration task, how is the total volume calculated for the dilution factor? In the chloride titration task, how is the total volume calculated for the dilution factor? I don't get the question. I don't get it. I don't know. What chemical species is formed when bismuth reacts with EDTA? I don't know. EDTA complex? In the manganometric procedure, what is the final volume of the solution after manganometry? After the reduction and boiling step, but before the addition of Zimmermann-Reinhardt. Oh, I think it's 100, right? 400. Oh. I thought it was 400, but okay, maybe they're asking the part where you boil the solution until you get to 100 milliliters. In the TLC of tablet ingredients, What solvent is used to prepare the calibration standard for ASA and caffeine? I don't know. You asked this question before. What is the concentration of iron standard solution used to prepare the calibration? What is the concentration of the iron standard solution? It was 20 milligrams per liter, right? In the nickel gravimetry, gravimetry, what is the assumption made of the amount of nickels in the solution to calculate the volume of the ENG reagent needed? Don't know. In the chloride titration, the reference potential of silver chloride electrode is given as. In the chloride titration, a reference potential is given as what? Given as 80 volts? 80 volts? Is it? It's the reference, yeah. I know the answer, please. Which complex symmetric titration results are expressed in German hardness degree? Water hardness. Alkaline, yeah. During the standardization of thiosulfate, what volume of 6 molar sulfuric acid is used to acidify the mixture? Oh, bro, 3 milliliters? I don't know. 2, fuck. What specific equipment is used to crush the pharmacy? It's a pistol and mortar. In the UVV spectroscopy, how long should the solution stand for color development after adding the reagents? I don't know. 15 minutes. Okay. Which experiment requires the use of water bath for heating solutions to 70 to 80 degrees Celsius? Water bath? I don't know. Gravimetric determination of nickel. It's not water bath. No. The same water bath. And for gravimet, what is the significance of R-score value on the UVV calibration curve? Yo, I don't know. Indicates goodness of fit of linear regression model to the experimental data points. Okay, if I get that question, I'm fucked up. For the bismuth titration, an orienting titration is performed. What is its purpose? To get an assumption on approximation. To get an approximation. In the determination of Cu2 plus 2 grams of potassium iodide are added, and the flask is immediately stoppered. In the determination of Cu2 plus 2 grams of potassium iodide are added, and the flask is immediately stoppered. Why? The determination of Cu2 plus 2 grams of potassium iodide are added. The flask is immediately stoppered. Stoppered? What the fuck? To avoid unnecessary prevent escape of liberated iodine vapors. In the magnetometry, why must the KMNO4 titration for standardization be repeated 3-4 times? These are basic questions. According to the provided procedure, what is the dilution volume of original 50 milliliter iron sample for UVV analysis? What is the dilution volume of the original 100? 200? What? 100. In the potentiometric titration curve, what is the concentration of chloride at the equivalence point? same as the silver. Oh fuck. The TLC procedure. How far from the bottom edge of the plate should all spots be applied? The TLC procedure. 2 centimeters. How much potassium iodide is used in the determination of C2 plus? Fuck, I don't know. It's 2 grams. That shit was 2 grams. In the nickel gavrimetry, what volume of diacetyl dioxide is used per 10 milligrams as assumed nickel? 30, right? What is the 3 components of the Zimmermann-Reinhardt reagent? It was sulfuric acid. I wrote it down. No, it's this, bro. Come on. Yep. Zimmermann, come on. Zimmermann. I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, I am stupid. I can't find it where I wrote it down. But I'll find it. Starch. Fuck. Fuck. Did you hear that? Fuck. Should have pee. Stupid. These two. No. Stupid. These two. Id stoop. I can't find the Zimmermann. I can't find the Zimmermann. I wrote it down though. It's not experiment number 1. It's experiment number 2. What? Number 4. Atmospheric uses starch solution. The irreversible complex. Oh, come on. You're kidding me. Again, I'm confused. Where is the Zimmermann is used again? Because I can't figure it out. I wrote it down, bro. Bro or sister, I wrote it down. Yo! What? Which experiment is this? Because I wrote this down. I do remember me writing this. He cannot just vanish. Chloride containing solution by manganometry. So it's number 3. I did write it down, yep. The sulfuric acid, phosphoric, okay, I got sulfuric acid, but magnesium, phosphoric acid, I did not get it. In the acetic acid titration, what is the volume of diluted sample? What volume of diluted sample is used for each titration aliquot? $25, right? Yeah, come on, man. It took me 42 minutes. Okay, I'm in the stream, gang. Peace out. I gotta wake up early tomorrow.